Hello and welcome to my Sunday afternoon stream. I hope all of you had a good Sunday so far, and I'm happy to see all of you. And Mark, hello and thank you for being here. I'll be joining you momentarily. Okay, that is actually then not unimportant for me to join rather quickly if you don't have that much time. Let me just see if everything works out correctly for the capture. Okay, that is working, and I can switch over. Did you already post a quest? I am up for basically anything, but as I said for everybody, I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. Thank you for joining me, and I hope you're going to have a great stream and here that you can be looking forward to more of a good Sunday. And yeah, I'm still looking forward to some coffee. Okay. I thought I had switched over properly. Maybe I double tapped it or something. But I did catch it myself this time. While... I did refresh the melting pot, and the box is also... has also been looked after. And the one important thing I probably want to be prepared for is a possible electric or thunder elemental monster. What talisman am I wearing currently? Okay. That's okay for most. Still a little bit on the negative, but much less than it could be. I'll be seeing if I can't get up everything. Else am I a little bit of a talking break there. Gore Magana. Absolutely. I'll be taking some security just to ensure I don't need too many breaks, but I don't think I should. Gore Magana, or was it chaotic? It doesn't actually matter that much to me. Is a fight I really do enjoy. Do I enjoy it more than I enjoy Shagaru Magala? I actually might say that yes, I do enjoy it more than Shagaru. Although Shagaru is also a great monster. More static than Gore throughout the fight. But not bad. Not bad at all. Yeah, I do think because of Gore being more changeable, I'll put him up like just that tiny bit above Shagaru Magala. And I'm probably changing that in 3 months' time again. For me, favorites very rarely are super long-term. I do have favorites, but they are subject to change with a lot of For a lot of reasons, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Mainly, yes, indeed, I am. Well, then, I do have a few, I have a few categories where my favorites have been a lot more long-term. And partially in Monster Hunter, my absolute... Okay. Thank you for letting me know. My absolute favorite monster has been solidified ever since the release of... ever since the release of Nargacuga, Freedom Unite. I will be taking additional traps and saving it into the set just to make sure I do prefer... I do prefer having additional traps, especially when I'm hunting alone, and so it's just a capture set for most monsters, since for most monsters the shock trap works. There'll be exceptions, but that is fine, and I do have my capture guru. So I'll be able to ping once he is weak enough to be captured. I think we are currently... working on opposite assumptions on where he's starting. Let's see. So he was not on the bottom plane, so up here seems probable. Hey, there we are. There is the indignant roar. Of somebody getting annoyed in whatever he was doing, patrolling his stuff probably. So far, so good. Let's get some more knocks on the tail. So far, so good. Mark has found a decidedly unruly new car. Damn, that roar came late. Okay. Reasonably, somebody's unhappy. with what is going on. It is not unusual to expect that Gore Magala, and even though he has incompletely molted, in this case, is used to being the apex predator of the area. And as such, unhappy with being challenged. I see. Well, I don't mind finishing the quest up. Although I do need to heal up a little bit here. I'm still going to try and cap. Okay. Got rid of the debuff there, picking up a lash. And we'll be chasing after him. Here we are. Okay. Again, I do want to heal up a little. Okay, I'm not seeing anything. Double roar. I am not hitting his head very well. I mean, I do want to try and break. Was a nice half hit. What are you doing? Okay, that was... I jump. Okay, I didn't jump. Crap. I thought I had pushed the button and gotten into a jump. Apparently I did not. Well. Let's go at it again. Do we have... Oh, we did... Okay, that's a few too many. Now that I think about it. $165 is going to be the fastest, and I'll be going to pick up any remaining shinies, hopefully 2, and the supply drop, which I do know will be present for long enough that I don't need to worry about missing it. And with a little bit of luck, I won't be missing Gore Magala either. Okay, I don't have the normal shinies present anymore. He has not yet completely calmed down. Or maybe that is something that will come later. No matter. Okay, that was him being quite unhappy. 3 shiny drops. Let's see what we have. Essence, jelly, and a large tear. And we have to get back up to the Wyvern nesting place. It's not the Elder Dragon resting place. But we have to go get back up. Oh, no, it's 7, not 8. Where am I looking at the map on? That was not exactly what I was hoping for. For some weird reason, I'm completely out of the rhythm. I'm not getting hit much. But I also haven't been hitting much. That was unexpected. Okay. How many free potions will I need to waste? Okay, that is good. I need to repaint him. If I am hitting. That is absolutely not what I was hoping to happen. That's bad. Yep. I'll be getting back in with a debuff. Well, it's not really anything for it, although it did slow down by quite a bit, but as soon as I get back in, he probably has spread enough that I'm not able to do enough damage in order to go back onto the buff side. And I still have to chase after him a little. Hello, Stinger Man. How are you? I hope you're having a lovely Sunday so far. Welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. Really indecisive Gore being here. It's not the push I wanted to do. I am doing fair. My Sunday so far was good. Thank you very much for asking. There we go. Seriously. And I am going to sit there with a debuff again. Maybe... No. I am still hoping that I could push enough damage through, but he is moving about so much at the moment that is currently unlikely, and after that... Come on. Okay, I read that correctly. Back up to my maximum charge, both on color and spirit. Okay, and the... Oh, it's working actually pretty well. I'm not seeing him capturable. I'm not sure if Chaotic can be captured. We'll see. Both horns of Chaotic have broken, so I don't need to worry too much about that. Of course, I am infected again. And I thought I had enough time this time, but he is running away, so that is... At least it's not progressing very quickly. But that is, unfortunately, wasting good time I could be using to deal damage and get my affinity booster back in. Do, do, do. Okay. There we are. Good damage. There we have the affinity boost. getting rolled by that one of those return attacks. Not yet capable. Again, I'm not quite sure if it was Chaotic Magala as well who could be capped, or if it was only Gore. Should be safe. I also do need get some sharpness back in. There we are. Not much I could have done there. And still... Okay, I can capture him. Well, I do have enough traps. Let's see if I can find a safe moment. Not great. There we are. 1, 2... And Gore Magala captured. Oh, Chaotic Gore Magala captured. Okay. Welcome back, Mark. I just went into the trap. I hope that you indeed enjoyed your lunch. I'm going to just sell those golden eggs as well as those. Keep the ancient shard, keep that, keep that. Making some money on this, and I'm not going to be bringing home any of this. Okay. I hope that there won't be any more complications. But I am ready to go for more. Happy you got the mantle. I didn't require anything more of him for weaponry. No, that is not anything of Gore's. Yeah, and I do need to go through that at one point. And the Nephilim I should have... Yeah, that's a complete armor. Not completely battle ready yet. I'm not even sure how I feel about... Yeah, I absolutely don't mind. Put up the quest. I'll be right there. Oh, got some more armor stuff there. I do think that I want to do something with those. Lao is a great piñata. Well, doesn't matter too much. Can I get some lucky cats without strings attached? It doesn't look like it. So there we are. It might have been locked behind a quest, but I don't remember when it does unlock. You need to have the trader and you need to... I know that you unlock more cards for the trading via request quests. So that means that you don't necessarily need to finish a hunting quest, but you might need to hand in materials or some of the such like. But I'm mostly done with all of them. There are a few that are still missing that I didn't push completely for. Don't really have much interest in the charcoal. I do prefer engaging him directly. But I am happy that you found how to get your honey in. Yeah, sure, we can get the back cars. Coming through some very dense fog there. Almost looking like a bit like the fog walls out of Dark Souls. The center at least, the rest is less troublesome. I'll be needing to sharpen a ton here. This is a good opportunity. Are you coming back down? No, you are walking forward. Not sure if those bombs are still standing there by the time we're coming. Here we are. You do want to do as much damage as possible. That was a very big roar. And we have reached full power. And then immediately getting earthquaked. For some reason, his right-hand side foot is a lot more prone to stun me than his left side foot is. He does not enjoy our attention very much. And that's another Sakura Slash, and now we're building that back up while expecting sharpness to drop sharply with every hit. I do seem to have a bit more wide sharpness than I was expecting. That's another good one. Okay, I'm getting a ping, not exactly sure what for. We're not yet at all. Oh yeah, we do want the horn. Never be game over. Hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday so far, and that you can be looking forward to a lot more of a great Sunday, and that you hopefully will be enjoying the stream. Thank you very much for coming in. Okay. He is a lot more attached to his horn than a normal Lao Shenlong. That might be... no. I was expecting a big scream there. But I didn't even get a whimper. Here we go. Blue is not a degree of sharpness I want to keep attacking him with. Ah, that's why you pinged. Yeah, fair enough. That it does do that. It's not the only reason you might ping, but absolutely I get it. I do probably will want to become a little bit more leg aware. Let's see what we can do. Oh, no, 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 no. Very much not getting hit is the idea here. And Vraig, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a good Sunday so far, and that you can be looking forward to more of a great Sunday. Hello, welcome in. And I lost sharpness yet again. I do wonder how much, if I can make him flinch on the leg while he is standing up. I'm not sure exactly what to do. I can go have a look. I hope I didn't need to bring anything. Absolutely, I hope you're having a good lunch. Is this the correct one? I am not using anything much. You're absolutely welcome. Okay. I do want to do... Well, if I can help it, I would not want to get kicked around too much. He's currently standing up. That is bloody hell. I do need to go the other side. So he is getting in there, but like this, I am not going to be able to restrain him. Of course, after that hit, he is not taking that lying down. He's still not in range. He is absolutely locked in there. That is going to take a while to recharge, and he has decided that he wants to come back down. That means I can stagger him on his foot, which I do hope works. That's a bad angle. Well, let's go for the more vulnerable belly. Okay, he did not like that. I did hope to be able to profit off that, but apparently he is not interested. Now we have a huge barrage of cannonballs. Okay, I avoided it, but avoiding was not exactly the name of the game here. Well, he does have a large stagger limit here. Uh-oh. Okay. Are you coming over some more? No. You're giving out a huge roar, but you're moving back into me a little bit more. Okay. Not sure where we are on the restraint timer exactly, but I do think that'll be popping up as a notification. Luckily he stepped over me. And again, we have lost a lot of our sharpness. Luckily we do have a very high quality blade. I can understand that, but yeah, she might not have time or anything, I don't know. Okay, that was a flinch. Of course, after flinching... Okay, that should be my restraint. I was using it first. And that should work out just fine. Exactly. There we are. On the back there, no. That's unfortunate. That was another big explosion. Not what I wanted to see, and I do think he is moving on out of the area. Okay, I do want to still try to bloody stagger him. Yeah, no, it's not going to be working out. Let's take care that we go around his tail. For that is not something you want to be slapped about with. Okay. Yeah, that's what I expect. That's what I expected. And that's fine, but I did want to make sure. What can we pick up? Oh, Ballistae. Not all that interested in that. That is cannonballs. That looks to be more cannonballs. Another health horn. And more Ballistae ammunition. The Dragonator is now also absolutely ready. Will do. I don't think you can hit him from there. You do. Nice back hits. Too high at the moment. There we are. Do we have the left hind leg coming in? Yes, soon. Although right now I do not want to risk it. He did not... Or, yeah, fair enough. I'm not exactly sure about the gender of Lao. So it's probably a mixture what we're fighting. Got some healing, and then I'm getting crashed out on again. That even liftoff is that painful, I do firmly disagree with. But it is what it is. And I'm going to take some of the back cuts as well. I do need to wait until he's coming back out. The other side. Of course I'm jumping into a bomb. Oh well. Would have been nice to have, but not a necessity. And that was, of course, very painful. He was aiming to just smash. Let's get out a little bit. Don't have... I can't give it to you. It's a rarity 5 item. I'm sorry. I can't give you my Ballista. It unfortunately does not work. What are you doing? Are you marching forward? Yeah, you are marching forward. That is unfortunate. But it might be... Oh, it is very... No, I was like... It might be intentional. No. That was intentional. There is nothing... Might have been intentional there. Okay. Okay, he's coming immediately back up again. Marching forwards. I'll be taking the time until he gets dragonated to sharpen. And I do think I do want to fill up my mega potions. There we are. He is stomping about a little bit here. And while my timing is not entirely perfect, here we are. Dang it, that's the most important part of the attack did unfortunately not connect. And we'll be having ads soon, so for everybody who will be seeing them, I thank you very much for your patience with and during the ads. It is very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Ow! Somebody's been dropping something. I don't think that the cannonballs would hurt me. And I dropped back down to white already. Can't even remember when I lost purple shot. Hey, finally! I've been working on this for so long. Are you serious? Hello, welcome in, Shubi. I hope you're having a good Sunday as well. Sorry for the confusion there. I am having a fair Sunday so far, and thank you very much for asking. I have no idea if he is going to be turning towards the gate more in particular. Indeed. I think this is Event Lao, but he is being quite a nice piñata. Okay, not sure exactly what he wants to do there. Step back, not step back. Ooh. Okay, we're down to 60% for the main barricade and an unfortunate card. But on the event, Lao, he does a ton of damage. I mean, I've been using quite a few mega potions already. He is on the more brutal side. Don't tell me you like to teleport now. And he is stomping his feet again. So that's another... yeah, that's another 20% integrity gone. Yeah, very aggressive. That is not the best. Yeah, he does not like you. I do hope that he's coming back up and not launching another smash into the wall, so that's looking good. And again, even just lifting his legs can be problematic. There we are. That's another long rest of his. So now we have good chance again to deal some damage. And again, I am getting bounced away from a lot there. I was wondering what he was doing. I did not realize the roar was coming in a timely fashion. Oh, this is not looking good. I'm not going to stop him. No damage. And pain. There we have the roar accounted for. Five more minutes. That is not a short amount of time with how much damage he can do to the fort. So he's going to take that step. Okay, 10%. Let me fill up potions. Okay, I still have enough for 5 minutes. Okay. Not happy about the teleport. Okay, I'm going to have a steak. I do want that safety. Having all of... not hitting that is disappointing. Bloody hell. Very bad timing. And I'm getting kicked forwards. Okay, that was good. That's a flinch I want to see. I am going to keep the weapon as sharp as possible. And I do hope that I get another flinch here. was hoping for a flinch on the ground. Now I need to hope for a flinch in the standing position. Okay. He will be going back and coming back down. "90 seconds until he runs away." No idea how much health he has or would have. That's another stand. Okay. Absolutely something I'm taking because it didn't do any damage to the fort. That was terrible. Luckily I managed to save it. And then I didn't. Cannot take a hit, neither can the wall. And he cracked it. Dang it! That was seconds away from finishing it up. That was close. I just didn't manage to get enough damage in. That was a good effort, though. Absolutely, if she wants to, she is welcome to drop in. Being welcome doesn't mean you have to. I don't mind trying for it again. I'm looking. Let's clean this up a little. If you do want to try him again, I'm going to have a look. How weak is he to thunder? Oh, that's a big difference. Yeah, I'm absolutely up for it. I will be taking a few more things. No, that's not in that. Don't need 3. 2 is going to be doing enough. Okay, let's try to push it again. Let's see, that's a lucky cat, no strings attached. That's an... And I do not mind to bring the booster. Shui, welcome to the hub. Traps are not going to be useful. Is there something... And a summon can be answered or be left unanswered, so she has appeared after, if you want to call that a summon. But yeah, she appeared and she is right on that. Okay. I do hope we don't need it. Having more Sakura Sashes is going to be nice to have. That is not a skill that is very useful here. But I get it. Where are paintballs? Okay, overdid it a little bit. Well, that is everybody's choice. I don't feel like Kickboxer is going to be hugely beneficial. I did forget to do something. So, I did forget to pin it. Now the hub information is pinned. There we go. Okay. Well, I'm going to I don't mind any of that. This is going to be helpful in general. And as always, I do want the Lao Shenlong horse nose decoration to be coming off. That's... yeah, when your rolls are slightly too long, for now I do want to might want to leave the middle to Mark then, and already start to focus on the left leg. Are you serious? Okay. Let's have the hunter's drink so I can pour a little bit more damage in. Those are good cannon shots from Shui. There we are. Okay, I have one. And then I need to go ahead. There we go. I don't mind that though. He's taking a few steps back. And he'll become crashing down. I have no idea how long the hunter's drink will hold. It's not something I'm really using very much, but for this big one, anything and everything is important. I think Shui is getting smashed into. She's not at risk though. That's another nice cannon barrage is actually what I wanted to say, but my brain tried to put two of those words together. And I am again severely lacking in sharpness. There we are. Okay, restraint is ready to use, but it's going to be firing in the wrong direction. The ballista, though, can be turned to hit any direction. Okay, focusing on it was indeed the correct idea. Okay. Where is it going to... Okay, need to be running. Doing a little bit of a sprint here all the way back. Fetch me my supplies. If they could have landed in the opposite direction, that would have been actually useful. But we've already been able to inflict more damage than before, so... yeah. We've been able to inflict more damage, but also I can immediately munch out of the stash that I just went to collect. Okay. Here we are. Please get me back up to red bar. And the Demolisher is going to be shot before I want to do the restraints here on my side. Okay, but down I could possibly use that a little bit earlier. Okay, I rolled far too early, but I did not get any damage, and that is something already very appreciated. I absolutely have to sharpen now. Nope, that's not the crash I was looking for. There we go. He's lying down, taking some self-care for a moment here. No, no, no. Bloody hell. And that is another restraint here. He is quite disliking it. And something went crack there. Probably nothing on the leg. If so, I should have noticed that last time as well, for I was giving the leg the same treatment as I had been this time. So far, so good. And that was not something I'd rather not repeat. He is moving on. Okay, bad. Okay, I'm not going to try to put more damage in. I'll be taking the opportunity of him moving on to go take a nap and prep for the second part. Him stomping about is still shaking the camp up quite significantly. The Demolisher is ready for use, but there is no target anymore. May not be a bad idea to pick some up. To shoot while I am waiting for him to enter the area properly. Too close. Not sure that is dealing huge amounts of damage, but it is more damage than I could have inflicted otherwise. And it did give me enough time to get up here. To once again take care of this melee damage. Yeah, not enjoying this. More time wastage. Absolutely something I'm happy to see. The more time I can remove from the countdown, the better our odds at winning. Yeah, he does not like that ballistic position. Reasonable to a degree from his perspective. Don't you keep sliding forward, and dang it. I am sorry, everybody. I seem to have lost connection here. That is very unfortunate. I'll be putting it up to everybody, but especially Shui and Mark, since they are now alone with Lao here. Oh, you just get fainted when you're standing on top. Cool. That is something I was unaware of. How much time is left? 16 minutes. Of course, it would be a bit of a challenge to try and finish that alone, but that's something I am actually feeling up for. Although that means... no, okay, that's okay. I can do the Dragonator. So please, everybody, let me know what you'd like me to do. I am almost 100% sure that Shui and Mark should be able, if they keep going, to kill. Can you come up, please? Yes, look at me. Do. That is not completely unexpected that I got munched on there. I was standing in the perfect position for it to happen. I do wonder whether the Dragonator will reactivate. Okay. He disliked that. Basically meaning that I like it. There we go. There is the big roar. There we are back up to red bar. Don't think I can do something here. Okay. Luckily, it's only doing 10% damage each hit, not 20 as we had in some before. There we are. That was a big crash down. Another big roar, meaning a lot more damage into the leg. Might be that depending on the angle. If he's angry, he's doing more damage. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Okay, that means since he is angry, I do need to be a lot more careful. But he is trying to get rid of me rather than massively attacking the fort. Okay, that is hopefully about another minute wasted. Are you bloody kidding me? Come on. I will need to basically recharge the leg damage so that we can have another %. That apparently didn't do damage. Okay. I should be okay for health-wise. I was okay for health-wise. That is not something I can just let stand, and that is also close to what I feel comfortable with. He's just doing some stompy stompy. But I do think that means that he's angry again. That was a roll too early. That's probably down to 40. No, only to 50%. Okay, this time he's moving forward. I wonder whether you can twist him. No, not when he's walking forward like this. You can't twist his path into something that would turn away more and more from the gate he's trying to destroy. Okay, there we go. That's another lift up. And that is another march forward. Well, I'm not standing at the top, but ow. He is not a happy camper and he's doing a lot of damage. Fortunately, there is currently at least not another Dragonator. Are you kidding me? He could do that twice. Okay, I'm probably... How is it looking? He's falling down again. Probably don't have enough DPS to kill. I'm going to do some more damage here before sharpening. Yeah, 2 series there. I don't have anything more. I'm not pinning for anybody in particular, unfortunately. Five more minutes. absolutely... That's probably feasible now. Again, I don't think I can kill though. Okay, that's a turn. I do not think... No, it does harm. Okay, doesn't matter how badly he turns himself. Okay. Where are my stakes? Potion. Oh, you're not going to double attack again, are you? Doesn't survive another double attack of yours. Although he does have to shuffle at giving me chances. No, okay. Now I'm not going to be able to keep him busy for 3 minutes. Especially not since I will need to sharpen a few more times. Rufino's getting up to do some more, to try and do some more damage. I think he's walking forward. Please, please, flinch. Flinch. No. No chance. Congratulations on the victory. You had a tougher fight ahead than was planned. I'm sorry for just leaving. Well, involuntarily be made to leave. If you're still there, I'll be coming back momentarily. Congratulations! 2 mantles, that is a very nice reward for the quest. Less, but still very nice. So congratulations you two on finishing it. And from this perspective, I don't think this is a quest that with the current tactics I'll be able to finish up solo. You managed to set off an explosive on his back to kill him. How you got another explosion on the back after the bridge, I don't know. Oh, from the cannon. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. if the cannon platform is on the bridge, that will work out like that. And to everybody, we will be having ads running again soon for the top of the hour, to which as always, I thank you all very much for your patience with and during those ads. It is all very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Okay. There is not much I can do on box maintenance, or on box housekeeping rather. Yeah, the cannon did do very well for the two of you. And good morning, welcome in, Tira. I hope you had a good night, a good Sunday so far, and welcome in. I hope that the snow is not going to be an issue for you. Or at least not a long-term issue. And congratulations also on a 40 stream watch streak. Thank you very much for being here so regularly, and that is for Tira, but also everybody. Thank you for being here. It is, as always, very much appreciated. That's not sure if that is nice or if it's going to be an issue. You did say you're probably not going to be leaving home much this week anyway. Silver Rathalos Z. It's not a set I think I have at least started yet. No, there it is. Let me have a look. If it is the basic one, then basically, yeah, this looks very much like Silver Rathalos material, basically only. And there's half an inch of snow on the ground. That is quite a bit already, depending on how long it took to deposit. So it's snowing quite a bit. Yeah, Silver Soul Mail is basically only Rathalos and Silver Rathalos material. The GX armor, I'm not sure how to unlock it, what the keys are. I think it's GX. You need triumphs to unlock the GX armor, which is Mark already should have. There's Fatalis, Old Fatalis, some event quests. So since those are the keys, you should be able to see them. And for the normal, for Silver Soul Z, you need shards, cortices, lash, more cortices. Yeah, absolutely. Let me have a look. I think weakness was gold is thunder. Water for silver. There we go. Yeah, I do think this is the best I can do on that. So I'd start out with a normal silver. Anything extra we don't currently need. And I'll be bringing flash bombs. No, I do need the additional books. Don't go into the event quests yet. You do want to do the normal Silver Soul first. He is already a bit of a challenge on the normal run, so I'd suggest to take it a bit more slowly. You do want to get some practice in. I am just going to do some honey stuff here, for I did now use up quite a bit. I didn't request a honey trade. That is unfortunate. With what might be going on, I do want to bring a gratuity. Where are we? We are on the hills. Okay, I still have to eat something here. Let me see. I'm not going to be bringing Lucky Cat. Yeah, no, there's nothing on the other part that is even remotely helpful. I knew I was missing something despite my checks. There we go. If I don't bring the additional books, that is not going to be working out. Yes, that is what I saw as well, that it is just normal silver and there is nothing special. It is, well, GX also actually not all that special, since the since it does not require anything from an event quest. GX could absolutely be Hyper Silver. Let me have a look. Silver Soul. There is also EX, which is the event quest. Silver, GX. As for GX, no, it doesn't require any hyper material. You need the Triumph, but Triumph is not necessarily a... No, it's actually... Let me have a look. No, it's not a hyper quest reward. It is a large monster reward. So Akantor, Narcocos, Alatreon, Amatsu, the Fatalis, the Valstorax, the event Valstorax. Welcome Back to Hell is another Narcocos. So Silver might not have... Let me have a look. There is XR. There is the XR armor, which is the Hyper Silver Rathalos armor. So there are 4 variants of the Silver Rathalos armor. The normal one, Hyper, an event one, an extended, a normal one. Yeah. So, yeah, but sometimes you do have to go look this up. Gold Rathian only gets 2, as far as I can see in the list. Well, these things are what they are. Rathalos is getting a bit more love than his companion. And well, I prefer, out of the 2, I prefer to play around with Rathian, so I would be hoping that she's be getting at least as much stuff as Rathalos, and that feels a little bit... Okay, I'm not going to go that far. But it's a little bit sad that one gets a bit more than, well, double what the other one gets. Yeah, she very, very much is. Okay, Sherry, I'll be right there. You're ready. At his starting place. Although I have to say, in Rise, both gold and silver are quite bullyable. I don't know exactly what they did. Okay, I do want wings cracking first here. Okay, I'm not jumping in front because that is a big... There's a fireball coming in there. I already like... Well, yeah, bullying is absolutely what we would be calling that. Rathian in GU as well. Turn to me. Okay, that is unfortunate. I'm sorry I couldn't do anything. That's... Okay. There seems to be something going on there. Or it is just the range being terribly short. Yep. Okay, great. That's already 4 wasted. Okay, why can't I... Oh. What did I do not to bring any flash bugs? And he is very aggressive. Nope. Okay, you set the trap outside. I was worried for a second. He is like that towards everybody, unfortunately. And it's not as much owing him money, but him claiming you owe him money. Can I... Okay, that's a good ride. Okay, ouch. Okay. He does not like his wings touched. Okay. Okay, he's munching me. That is fine. You just do as much damage as you can. No, no. That is... Thank you, but I do have enough armor that I can... Oh, bloody hell. Welcome back, Thraig. I hope you had a great lunch. Come on. Okay, I do want some steak here. And he is moving on. I am happy to hear that. And I do understand it's always nice to spend time for me with family and also my brother. Well, he's part of family, of course, but yeah. And he's immediately angry again. I hope I get a good... No, I'm not getting a hit on the tail. That is hopefully a dead Bullfango. Okay. I'm sorry, I have... Ah, that was a big disconnect, and it was needing to put everything back into order. And that's my first feint. Yeah, I guessed as much. That's unfortunate. It depends on the two of you. If you want to try to finish it, Shui, I don't mind. But if you want to go ahead to retry it in the full team, I don't mind either. Basically means that I can remember this time to also pack some... Oh, I picked... Yeah, he does look very angry. Let me have a look. Yeah, I brought Thunderbugs instead of Flashbugs. So if you leave, Shui, then I'll be getting out as well, and we can restart with Mark. Sure. Ask. Thank you very much for that, and absolutely... Okay, but I'll go back to the hub then. Means that I have not spent my items here as well. Well... If you currently don't have anything in the bubble you want to do, yeah, I do think going out and having a bit of fun exploring is not a bad idea. Luckily, with the Mandalay or the new the new ship, forgetting the name. The Caspian. There we are. It's a very, very nice trip. And if you do want to be back for Tuesday for the release of the Kestrel, that is also then something that, well, with the Neutron Highway, it's a pretty quick journey back if you want to sit down to fly it. So yeah, and absolutely you can make some really good amount of money. So I hope you have a good time out in the black. You will see how that how you feel about it. I still have enough arcs to be that I will be getting it, and then try it out. And I am actually looking forward to it. It's such a nimble ship, especially with the new thrusters. So yeah, that is 4K missing to the base until the base model of it. So we are talking Fatalis here, so I do want to bring a little bit more. Flash bombs are not going to be all that useful. Yeah, don't worry if you didn't understand that particular exchange. It was about another game I do play quite enjoy, but more as a relax game and not something I play a lot on stream. But I ought to have everything I need. So let's focus down a little bit to be getting that one down. I do bring a little bit here. Come on in. I do enjoy Fatalis. He is quite a bit more challenging than he is in Freedom Unite, which is basically where I first was fighting him. But the additional challenge means that it's more fun. Scrunch. I will give some more context to Thraig's offer. Elite Dangerous is a space sim, it's an MMO space sim that is now 11 years old. No, 12 years old almost. Yeah. No. Bloody hell, what am I saying? It's still 11. 2014. And it is very, yeah, it just turned 11. I did not quite have enough focus to do the math correctly, basically, which I hope nobody is taking too badly. And yeah, it's a really sim-heavy game, Newtonian flight mechanics, and all of that. It's a lot of fun. I'd be also happy to help out, but yeah, that is the context for the Reichsoffer, such that you know what type of game it is. Okay, I do need to heal up a little bit here. End of a dark history. No, absolutely not. That is not an issue. You can play it via NVIDIA Now, I think the service is called. But you do need to buy the game, which on Steam actually is quite often on sale, not only on Steam. So it's often on sale. If you do want to take a look at it, you can pick it up for cheap and then play it by NVIDIA Now, if you feel comfortable doing that, of course. And not having a PC is an understandable reason not being able to try. NVIDIA Now is available on phones, on Android at least. I'm pretty sure, though, it's also available for Apple, for iPhones. Or I'd be surprised if it were not. But again, it is a suggestion. It is not something I want to force people with. That is something unfortunate. Don't you dare to fry me, you bloody dragon. That is something unfortunate, that those buttons are not as durable as they could. Well, could have been is always something that is easy to say, hard to do in the end, since you can always make something more durable. Yeah. In my family we had at least one Advanced SP that had the R buttons broken. Or was it just the R button, or was it both shoulder buttons? I'm sorry, I don't quite remember. But we did have that issue too, and it seems that the base model of the Advance was more robust in that area. Yeah, which then becomes very unfortunate. And since so many games do rely on it, makes it hard to keep playing it. Okay, ouch. I do heal this up in one. Uh-oh. Okay. Not as bad as I feared. It is, but again, it's not as bad as I feared. That one... Ah! I was going too early. Dang it. Sorry about that. He suddenly decided he didn't want to see me anymore. And decided to do something about it. Yeah, I was thinking I had enough distance, but I didn't. Well, these things happen. Okay, I have eaten. I am going to have the max potion immediately. Anything else is a possible one-hit kill. Yeah, the Dragonator right now is not. Okay, too early. Again, too early. Dodging there. That was better. So we don't quite yet have that back. I am happy to have the wings crack though. Yeah, if I get the timing right, that is helpful. But if I mess it up, then it's going down. It's not so good. But yeah. Come on in, come on in. Okay, he's coming forward with that. Crank. Okay, I do need to charge up a few things again. So, there is white. You're going to come crashing down, no? Well, half and half. Okay, he is taking a break here. I'll go for the neck. Or I'm going risking to bash Mark about with his charges. Okay, that's some more health. Trying to go for a mount is really not a bad idea at the moment. Going to come crashing down? No. Okay, that's a tail slap. Well done. And Fatalis did not enjoy those ministrations. Sorry for knocking you about there. I was hoping I could get some more. Ah, okay. There is the crack. You can do that here as well. The monster will be physically smaller if it is spawned as smaller. But maybe I'm not exactly interpreting that correctly. Okay, I'm just taking that charge back. Ouch. Yeah, we can use that. That's another ration. Keep my stamina topped up. And that's a charge. Okay, he's up. That's not sure if anything hit there. You mean that you can see... So if you go on a normal quest, if I understand that correctly, and you roll a smaller monster that you can then physically see that it is smaller. If that is what you mean, then that is also possible here. The differences might not be quite as dramatic, but there is definitely a possibility for a difference between the monsters. I'm just thinking about what might be the best to showcase it. For the Fatalis, they all have one... Okay, get out of there. One size. And I'm not sure if Elder Dragons do have size differences here. Not quite remembering if you can get crowns for them. Okay, let's heal Mark up here. I'll take that tail. He absolutely does not like the cannonballs. Okay, that was too aggressively rolled. I thought... Okay. Okay. That is unfortunately my last area effect heal. There we are. That's what I thought he'd be doing. And moving the other way. That is the last break on the head. Quite happy to see that. And now all we need to do is probably kill, since we are doing the event quest. Come on. Okay, that was not planned. Thank you very much for that flinch. Mark, I can't help you heal anymore, unfortunately. Let's go for another Dragonator. Okay, that is probably going to be... yeah, something like this. Imperfect, but it is... it has hit a sensitive area and has dealt damage. That's a big screen. A big roar. And it's on the screen. It would have been a scream. Pronunciation not unimportant in that part. Okay, that was going back a bit further than he expected. I do get that. He sometimes has that fire goes back, or explosion, I'm not sure exactly what it is classified as in-game, goes back further than you expect. He's trying to hit me. I am standing a little bit too close. You're on danger, so you don't have any healing left. If you do want to try, I don't mind. It is going to give you extra experience with him. If you do want to try, if you do want to see if I can finish it up alone, that is fine for me as well. You have... Can I can pass you a max potion. He's coming forward. It's another coming forward here. I will take... Hopefully he comes over to me. No. Okay, that's another forward run. That's a tail swipe. That is very possible that you do not have that, and as I said, it does seem to be less pronounced. The differences in sizes. I'm not sure whether that is me, but in the normal, or maybe it is. And that might be because why it feels harder to differentiate sizes, that the monsters on average have more more possible variations, and then if you play it feels less less special when the, or yeah, with the smaller, I don't know exactly what I'm trying to say, sorry. I only have, bloody hell. You do have quite a bit of bite force. Of course, no, he's moving forward. That is something I'm happy to see. Of course. That is going backward. Okay, I can't immediately go attack. I do have to do some maintenance. Stamina and sharpness. I'm not sure if that works out. But he has not had his aiming supplement yet. That's another tail slap. That's a charge. Yeah, there is that variance, but they, on the other hand, do not have a variance for the number of players. And that is Fatalis defeated. Yeah, no problem. Okay, I probably was carving at the hips. Happy to see that that was correct. 3 more carves from the chest and 3 more carves from the head. Amethyst Heart, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. Welcome in. Okay, some more stuff here. No, I'm not going to collect the platinum eggs in large amounts at the moment. And 2 triumphs. Those I'll be taking. The 200,000 I'll be taking as cash. You finished a silly Gunlance build. Okay, I was trying to guess at the build, but I am not familiar enough with the Gunlance to know exactly what would be considered silly or not. And I did want to have a look. I do not yet have... Oh, okay, I'm missing some stuff. He ought to have event armor. Okay, probably with the skill that increases damage, the less sharpness the weapon has. I see. If that is it, I see the idea. If not, I'm probably wrong then. Okay, I'm missing the XR stuff here. Okay, that is some silver. I need to get to that. That is already quite useful. And then... So basically, I'm going to run sharpness down as far as I can and just keep punching and exploding until the monster dies. Are you using the art where you can propel yourself forward? I'm not sure if it is useless. I'm going to have a look, but so you have the XR. There is event Crimson. Okay, so not going to... yeah, okay, no. So basically, as much heat as possible, as much damage as possible. Yeah, then you have green. Artillery. Okay, you don't have the affinity increase, but with everything, that should push your raw attack up quite a bit. Does Bludgeoneer go on to the explosive damage as well? Or on the shot damage as well, I think I should ask, rather. Again, I am not the most aware of how the Gunlance works. And I finished up the check. There is indeed not a GX armor for Black Fatalis. But the Triumphs are handy for other projects. That reminds me, I did want to have a look. I was still missing the hip. Oh yeah, that's the Silver Rathalos shards I need for that. Well, it sounds reasonable at least. So it sounds like it could be true. I have not used Gunlance enough to be able to have my own founded opinion on it. It is true damage. I do know about that. Yeah, it doesn't care about how tough the part is. It doesn't care about the defense of the part. It is just going to do damage. That would be World. World did overhaul quite a bit of the old mechanics and set a new standard idea, I think is the correct way to put it. We are going to have some ads incoming, so as always, thank you for those who are getting the ads. Thank you very, very much for your patience with and during them. Thank you. I appreciate it very much for your patience. I appreciate your patience with that very much, and now I'm starting to ramble. Don't worry about it. I am happy that you came, that you stopped by, even if only momentarily. Thank you very much. And there is always going to be next weekend. I do have the feeling that I am missing a longsword here. Okay, if I'm doubling up, I am doubling up. No, but the Black Scythe is absolutely dragon potential with level 3 rareness. There it is. There is the Chrono Scythe, and there is what I was looking to upgrade. Okay. That was a little bit on the silly side. Mark, do you still have anything you want to go onto the quest for? Or are you... Okay, no, you're looking. Sorry. Didn't mean to rush you. I do love this old music. Going to be a little bit of a spoiler, but here you can select some music. You do have a few choices, and I'm just so happy I have my old hub music back. It's accompanied me for at least half a decade in the first run I was playing Freedom Unite, and then a good while longer when GU came out and I was replaying Freedom. Freedom Unite, not Freedom. Freedom is also a Monster Hunter game, but not. It is a bit ambiguous what you might mean, since there were a few that released under that title, namely Freedom 1, Freedom 2, and Freedom Unite. And break time is over. That reminds me, I did want to have some more roasts done, so I also need to pick them up. Okay, while he's still looking to quests to do, I think I'll be quickly going over the deviant weaponry, upgrade everything I can, and put it onto the list so that you go up to All2 will fill that up. So that is then 8. 8 indeed. That is an upgrade. Here as well, let's go along, and then, well, I don't need that many rubies in reserve. I can just use them up a little bit more. So that is up to 8 as well. I can do Thunderlord here. That was up to 8 as well. And Mark, I'm not sure if that is a disconnect or if Mark is finishing up for the moment. That's another level 8. Well, if anybody else wants to join me, that is then now absolutely fine. If I do need to reopen the hub, because we do need to go onto the Academy hub rather than the pub, that is absolutely fine by me. If there is little interest, then I'd also don't mind to continue my own deviant grind a little bit more. I think I'll be finishing up the page to give anybody enough time to let me know. And then, because the issue is that I will be closing out the that's the why do I have the bow up to level 6 already when it is not? At least it's now correct. Let's start over here. And no more carapaces. Not sure how many I have left over there. But I do think I would have enough. Thunderlord Lance is showing as the last one not upgraded yet. And I do have far too many tickets, which is not a big issue. Okay. I'll be back on solo until I hear from somebody that they do want to join me, and I'll be reopening a hub. Until then, I'm going to remove the pin because the hub is closed now. I see that I do need some more electroshockers. I will be... Where? There they are. Be taking the Blungo Gorefest. Making sure that I have the correct level in mind. That's Electro Fur. Okay, not sure right away if it is low or high rank. I would say high rank, but I'm making sure of it. If I were to type correctly, that would even be easier. Electro Fur is... Hub 7 is high rank. So let us go remove a few such that I can profit from their furs to upgrade my lance. I'll be eating for thunder resistance. It is something I do need to be mindful of. Do I want to bring... Yeah, I do want to bring additional... a bit more additional resistance as well, I think. So, let's bring my Thunder Resistance Talisman, and with that we would be ready to remove some pesky Zinogre Let's see if we can find out what they have done to deserve removal. Topple the monarch. Okay, let us restore our fellow hunters' honor. And I absolutely want to remember the hot drinks. And I have already eaten a meal, and I have done the roast exchange as well. So nothing I can do at the table. So let's go. I'm not going to try to cap, so I don't need to be mindful of getting too much into a specific rhythm. I may just go ham on him. The Popo are unfortunately in the way a little bit here. I do not mind them attacking the right perpetrator at least, but they should just leave Zinogre to me and just get to safety. Will we start to charge up our static electricity? Well, not yet. There we are. That's some good hits onto the horns. And I'm getting tail slapped. That was an uncomfortable realization, probably. Oh, it did not break the horn, though. So, the claw, I'm not sure what that boomerang broke. None of the claws look broken immediately. And I rolled into that far too early. And that is the second break. That is another break. Yeah, he is not looking absolutely healthy. But he did accelerate his charging a little bit here. Okay, that was probably Kit getting the tail. Okay. Of course, the entryway will decide to swallow me. I mean, I had to deal with stuff like this ever since Freedom Unite. Okay, that was very early, but still late enough to be able to get this. Yeah. He's not enjoying this in the slightest. Although he did manage to tail slap me once again. Yeah, okay, I see what is going on. And that is absolutely fine. I hope you're going to have a great nap, Vraig. And depending on how long it is, I'll see you in the black. Or I'll be welcoming you back. There's some Electro Fur. Very nice. That is the reason I came here. Okay, I'm guessing you're still typing. My guess would be see why you... I might want to extend that into why I'm using Adept Style. But I can't be sure. Okay, I have enough Electro Fur, so that's another upgrade. That is some more stuff to put into the melding pot. Can't have too much of that currently. I am going through it at a decent rate. Yeah, no, that's fine. Honey is still completely fine. So I said that would be upgrading my lance. Okay, and I absolutely have enough of everything else in order to get that done. Thunderlord, there we are for the lance. So that is up to 7 now. Dread King. I'd have enough tickets. I do have enough tickets, but I do not have enough of the shells. Let me have a look for the Dread King shells where they are dropping. Okay, 1, 2, 4 has a 100% chance of dropping it. There are some more chances later on, but most of it is early. So, okay, I'd need to step back for that then. Although it's mainly... it's light bowgun and the armor parts. Okay, that is Carapace. That is the stronger part, and this is also Carapace. Okay, so I don't need to worry about the shells. It's all Carapace, and quite a few. Still exactly at the same point for Grimclaw for that limit break up to G rank. Okay. Let me then quickly run through the list. So some Snow Baron. That's quite a bit of... There are quite a few that I do need to beat at least once. But then I can be moving on to the next highest quest for all of the base game Deviant material, arms and armor I do want to create. Yeah, ice is going to be helpful. Medic is going to be helpful. Hot drinks will be helpful. Got a gourmet voucher. I really need to sit down again and bring them down. Lagombi 6. No, 6 is here. That's a double hunt of them in the Frozen Seaway, so I don't need to worry about anything else being around, but I do not need the powders that I bring onto the multiplayer hunts. Okay. I have to hunt at least 2. Okay. My bad. But at least 2 it will be. Not unhappy to have started at camp then. That allows me to be bringing the Farcaster that I'm provided with immediately. So after removing the second from the area, I can ignore the next one spawning in. Okay, I do see some movement there. Okay, that's a Zamite. And the Zamite in general is not equal to a Lagombi. Are you starting over here? Possibly, but also possibly moved on. Luckily, we have somebody we can wave at. Thank you very much, Mr. Ballonier. Okay. I don't think you needed to scream for a small ball popping on your rear Lagombi. And now I'm snowballed. Not too bad. Come on. Thank you. Well, I was quickly freed out of that unfortunate situation. Four more snowballs flying about. Okay, happy for that flinch. And that roar is also going to get punished. And that's his own snowball dropping him onto the head. That's the ears. 1, 2. A lot more damage in. He recovers from the concussion he gave himself. And I mean, I don't mind if he wants to risk that. On the other hand, fair enough in most cases. I am not exactly in the correct position to take advantage of it. That's another lift. And I did not manage to impress him enough to drop it again. And with that, he is leaving. He does not currently want to bother anymore with staying here. Okay. And that is the first Lagombi pacified. Okay, let's sharpen up for number 2. We do have a trap courtesy of Luca. That was some very good damage for this Lagombi, and I mean, yeah, you can scream as much as you want to. It is only going to be help to increase the damage on you. I hope that's another beast here. That's just a pelt. Not even sure if it's worth more or less than the beast tier. Well, no, then the beast tier, absolutely it's worth more. But the large beast tier, I am unsure about. And I got sat down on. That was too early, but too early in such a way that he didn't manage to hit me. I do want my spirit gauge back, and he flinched anyway, so the backswing would not have hit anyways. Rude, interrupting my swing. I don't think he is wanting to leave. Okay. Luca says he is 91% sure that Lagombi can be caught. And while Luca is on the careful side, that means he could be caught had I brought anything to capture. Which I have not. For the simple reason that for me it doesn't make much difference whether I capture there or whether I kill. Might actually have been the case that had I tried to put down a trap and have him go into it, that would have taken longer, simply due to the fact that I would have needed to maneuver him into it. And I ought not forget that it is now Farcaster time. I have received the Paw Pass tickets. And crouch running is quite a bit slower than a normal run. And now I'll be taking a nap on the ship until, well, whoever is going back arrives to bring me back to the pub. Possibly a feline flown airship. Okay. I don't need a 1, I need a 6 ticket. A Khonshu shell, I'll have it. Okay, what am I getting? A simple Vegielda ticket. Okay. Snow Baron was missing a single armor piece. There we are. Up to... yeah, indeed a single armor piece. I don't know why I had 2 more armor pieces shown here, but it was only 1. Time for a Stone Fist. Let's see if I can... yeah, you are the superfluous ticket. Nope, you're only 1, you're only 1. Okay. I did forget to switch out my sword, and I do want to put these particular talismans into the weight In the waiting spaces, melting pot means 3 more quests until I have that finished up. Don't think I need to do anything special for Stonefist 6. Yeah, no, I do want to be bringing another Farcaster, for I might not start out in camp. Order a meal. Doesn't matter too much, but I can get a water resistance increase, which I'll be bringing along. And I do, now that I think about it, want to be bringing some Sonic Bombs as well. Combo list. There we are, Sonic Bombs. I don't have all that much gunpowder anymore. Okay. I do not want to use the Nitro Shrooms for that, since they can be used for the power coatings, if I ever use the bow again. But since you can use them for that, I prefer to buy my gunpowder, which you can. I'm not sure if you need to buy them for Academy points, or if you can do it... I think you can do it for Zenny as well. Yeah, that's never going to be a big scream from him. Okay, I'll try not to end up on top of the horn. It does not seem very healthy. Okay, you're grandstanding here. That is not going to be availing you much. Ah, that was unfortunate. He was just about to give me a really nice opening here. Luckily, his first attack was designated for one of the cats. Okay, unsurprisingly, that was now enough damage to throw him down. Okay, not unhappy that I didn't stay there. Being crushed by that is probably quite uncomfortable. Poing. Very nice. Opening up his claw for a lot of damage. Are we serious? Well, we very much seem to be. Okay. Are you... Yeah, okay, he's still angry. And there I'm getting smashed on. Okay, thank you, kid, very much for this. And hey, somebody landed in the pitfall trap. And for a while at least, is too panicked to do the obvious. Here we are. That is much nicer. Ah, that's now a lot more damage. I don't think we're missing a shiny. So after him, he does not have much health left over. I'm not going to hit the horn. That is too hard for me to be able to cut through. Okay. Getting bloody kicked out of the area. And that's... And he ran away just to be standing there. And then immediately kicking the bucket. Well, it was not my bucket, so I'm not going to be complaining. Or I ought not to be complaining, rather. Okay. Can somebody kick me, please? Of course, the kitties are too polite to do that. Look. If you want to, I can get myself some liver here as well. I don't think that Stonefist appreciated very much the fact that I have taken another delicacy over him. Okay, very nice. I need to charge up here. That is kicking his legs out from under him. Next is going to be the break. Okay, that was a big boom. Okay, and I hope that that is going to be enough to crack. To crack that, but apparently not. Oh, bloody hell, this one is... putting up an issue here. If I'm not picking it up immediately, it's going to be disappearing, that shiny. Come on. Okay. Yeah, that's another lie down. That is the claw I wished for cracked. Okay, he ruined the view. I need to make him pay for that. I mean, just breaking up the landscape like that without a landscaping permit needs to be heavily heavily disincentivized. That's the word I was looking for. Okay, just come over. No, I don't think. Fair enough. There's probably wind and so on, but that felt not like it should have. Would have hit. Okay, I'll be in follow mode again. Could munch on a steak, but I do think that it's going to be as before in 1 or 2 hits only. Oh no, it's already a few more. But not that many more. Okay. Another revenge delicacy conquered, and now we'll be handing in the ticket. And I did think that it would not be worth it farcastering for this distance. Some nice carapace. Those are the 2 tickets I require, and the other ones I'll just leave to the guild. Then they don't need to write a new one. I don't think that tickets are anything but a written confirmation that I am allowed to do something with. Why the guild thinks it important to block off armor progress that much, I don't quite know. Maybe they do want to encourage hunters to hunt in good, but not absolutely the strongest sets, so that they do get strong and do remain strong after they then receive the best armor sets. The Red Queen. I'm going to have fun with you. Normal ought to be fine. I'm going to be bringing some antidotes. So that is 6. That's a double hunt. Where? Oh, in the dunes. Okay. That is going to be completely fine. Eat for fire resistance. No. Eat for ice resistance. Because I'll have full stamina and will not need to eat the steak quite as early. And that's actually pretty much everything I need. No, there's one thing more. After putting in the meat, I do want to bring a Farcaster out. Depending on where I am, I can then immediately Farcaster and then be in Rathian's area immediately, since she is starting in area 1. Well, this is good enough that I don't feel like I require to Farcaster in. And together with the coming over, the probably would have saved some time, but not a significant amount of time. Hello. Okay, suboptimal. Okay. I do have an idea on how to make this more optimal again. And I'm pretty sure you guessed it. Yes, I'm going to take a quick nap. Here we hopefully go. I don't want to get tail slapped poison immediately again. Okay, I got kicked, but I didn't get punched by the tail. And those leftover spikes can be nasty. Luckily it never lasts very long. But it still can deal quite an amount of damage. That's a wing break. Would have been great if that had been the tail cracking. Ouch. Do I have enough time? No, I'm not going to be looking after the anti-monster mine. Do I have enough time to... Okay, apparently when you switch out areas, you automatically are healed from poison. Would have been quite surprised had that been actually sufficient. Oh well. We are going to have ads again, and so thank you to everybody who's getting them for your patience with and during the ads. Nice. A crack and a fall at the same time. Okay, finally. Sheesh. And no chance of getting away there. Okay. Luckily the tail was short. Ah, poison is nasty. Okay, let's see. Switching does seem to remove poison status effects immediately. She's moving on. Of course, it couldn't have been just simple. Okay, at least the target area is not all that far away. And I'm getting munched on. Okay. I don't think I'll get the crack, but I get a big scream. Yeah, she does not like getting tickled above those bugs. And of course, as always, I am getting landed on. Yeah, great. Not doing well against her today, am I? Did we have the head crack already? She still has the spike. Well, she has now left. But she is still painted. Very nice. Not going to miss her. I am going to miss her. Because the area looked like it should fit. But in here, it's not exactly the same. Not very much resistance. And a nice health boost courtesy of Kid. Okay. Sharpen. Farcast. I hope that I'm going to have a better showing for Rathian number 2. It took me 10 minutes plus to get her down, so I'd rather not need to repeat it. And I'll be refilling at least one of the glasses, and probably don't have time for both. Come on. Of course, if I'm not able to put the cap back on, that's going to be even more troublesome. There we have the new one. I hope that Kid... No. Yeah, okay. And immediately gets charged. Okay. This is going to shorten the process at least. Okay, very, very nice. I'm happy to see that position of flinching. That's the tail cracked. Okay. I have a trap here. Be nice if she were to take it. You are an annoying crab. I thought I was so nicely lined up, and then she seemingly just at random falls out of the sky. Can I? Okay. Imperfect. still, I'm not happy entirely with the... Ah! You're kidding me. Of course not. Okay, let's pick this up. Large Wyvern here, happy to have that. Okay, was not able to mount her. Probably didn't push in hard enough while I had the chance. Now that I am going to... Well, no, there is the ridge there, but I don't know if I do want to fight next to the ridge. Oh, bloody hell, of course she's not here. Great. She's also probably not here. Did she go to take a nap immediately? I'd be surprised. That would be a huge difference in damage between the first one and the second one. No, she's not here. Bloody hell. Not much, not many places left over. Of course, that will have given her quite a while again. Okay, that's the tail. Okay, that poison should not be too strong. And I got it neutralized by Kid's Antidote Flute. Yeah. And I did manage to mount her in the end. Okay, that was close, but I managed to get her down. The Octonaut has now done more than enough to annoy me. I hope that the bloody second one keeps a bit more of a distance. And no. Might have lost a shiny, but I don't think so. It was the tail that I was looking for. Very nice. We'll be going back, taking the Paw Pass ticket. No, that's not what I need. There we are. Bringing the paintballs is nice because it reduces the reliance on my own stocks. Fair enough, it's not a big issue to just recombine them. But then I do need to remember to order new material, which sometimes can be forgotten. I do not require that Arcane Strike. Insect Glaive, I do think I have a few already. And I do not have the collection space to keep every single Insect Glaive. Let's pour our items into their position and just into the... No, not into position. Luckily, I'm not sorting the item box every time I do that. Dread Queen, that is indeed the last two armor pieces here. So 6, no, that's not 6, that's 6. Then we have one more Drill Tusk. One more quest, then I can do that part of my housekeeping chores for Monster Hunter. I said Drill Tusk, so nothing immediately that I have to take. So I can eat for something that gives me... come on, brain. That maximizes my stamina rather than gives me the resistance I require the most at the moment. And again, it's a double hunt too, so I'll be bringing the Farcasters along. We'll be minimizing a threat to the island by hunting 2. Okay. got dropped up here, and Drill Tusk immediately is starting shenanigans here. My Palicos are immediately starting to panic, so that they ought to be used to it by now. Not a chance. I did get hit by that breaking stone. And that is the first tusk cracked. That was not a crack, but the tusk might crack here. And that's another rolly. And all I have to do to this one now is island removal forever. Yeah, he's really doing a lot of rolling about. I'm not sure if he finds it funny or not. That's another crack. I absolutely need to go and fetch the shinies. But he's not really giving me a chance. And he has had enough. Bloody hell. I'm always very unhappy when that happens. But at least one Tetsukabra is going to be counted out now. Yeah, not the most comfortable wake-up call this Tetsukabra probably has ever received. Okay. There we are. Number 2. Tasks, legs, and in general loot maximizing. Okay, I don't know how good a hit that was, but I do want those tasks removed as soon as possible. Damn it. To aggressively roll. Luckily, I had not fainted. Hey. That trap was now terrifyingly conveniently placed. That was a very good one by my Palico. Okay, I hoped, since he did get the double stone, I hope to have the opportunity to jump off it. Bloody hell. Okay. I don't mind having a bit of a... to be quaked a little bit. I did not get hit, and that means that I am currently still standing and I haven't carted. Okay, that toad got a lot less damage in than the first one. There we go. That's another good hit. Pretty sure he doesn't have too much health left over. Okay, let's pick that up. Ready the caster. Do I have anything I can... Not much now, do I? Well, let's put the mystery charm away. I do hope that for the carves I do not need to be careful. Or rather, I do not need to play inventory Tetris. Well, no, management more than Tetris. I do not need to get them into a small space. Or a small area, rather. I need to get them... You know what? Let's do it like this. That's a good delivery, and then we have the Poor Pass ticket. Okay. That's another one down. That's another 2 tickets. Allowing me to do an upgrade. Yeah, I'm getting tossed about by these monsters at the moment a bit more than I'd like to. I am... No, that was 6. It was 6. I need 6 at the moment, not 7. I'm really... Oh, my brain is really not running its fastest at the moment. I do also feel that I do talk a lot less than I'd like during the quests themselves, because despite getting knocked about so much, I need a larger percentage of my concentration than at the beginning of stream. Maybe I overdid it a little bit there, but I have now to deal with that. Drill task. Only a single armor piece is left. There we are. And then double silver wind. Let's... No, I don't think we need to. We can... They ought to be done, the melding pot. Indeed it is. I'll need to check the skills over properly when I'm now melding them. Yes, okay, that was the correct button. Didn't need any of that. I'm not keeping any of that. I'm fine with dragon attack melding back in. I already have that. Grinder inside. I did want to keep that. Okay, let's do the other ones. Should have enough to fill up all the slots. Do I want to keep precision? This is protection. This is protection. I don't need them double. Okay. Had the exact same talisman twice there. If I am going to go for Silverwind, I'll need another weapon. Did I upgrade Drill Tusk? I think I did. But if I have not updated the sheet yet. Okay. Nice and done. I do have the tickets, but I do need some material for there. I don't think I'll be dealing with the harder, with the G rank quests, with the G rank deviant quests well enough right now to really tempt them. Okay. Don't I have what I need here? Okay, I'm missing some courtesies. That'll be for another time then. Diablos XR. Let's do Blade Master only, and I do want to have a quick look over it. The Wisdom Sleeves. I'm not exactly sure whether I'm missing the slot for the set or whether it is that I'm missing those to finish up the set. Researcher grips actually the same. What do I need to... Oh, some prized pelts. Rathalos Braces GX. I'm not sure exactly how we're looking. I don't have you, but I can make you. So here we go. Gorex R I am not possessing either. XR, yeah, fair enough, but I do not have enough. Maybe I ought to go fetch that. And that is with the Damascus. I do want both of them. But I am looking mostly fine for now, I think. Okay, first question will have to be... Don't I already have this somewhere? Okay, I do have the wisdom boots. I was correct about that. The research is also already on in and prepared. Damascus helmet. I do currently not possess the Lagiacruz XR braces. So I'll have to do some armor reshuffling, and until that is done, there's not much sense to sort them alphabetically or anything else. Edel roots. Let me have a look. Can I just forge armor head? Now this is going to go a while. Might want to redo some of that as well. I don't have any prized pelts. And I need them for any piece of that. Fair enough. No, actually, it can go the other way. Okay, that I don't have anything for. Kutkut, Shephelos, Gipseros. Nargacuga. Might have enough for his stronger armor to complete his stronger armor. So that would be rarity 9. If then I can find it. Oh, it is indeed not. That makes me think of something. Give me a second. Armor list. No, Nargacuga. That's going to be the best way to search for it. Okay, typing, come on. Nargacuga helm. There is no X. Oh, there is an XR version, but it's for Palicos only. I'm going to have a quick look over the list. No, okay. So I don't need to worry too much about that. One chest. Nargacuga. And I'm already running out, aren't I? Lenrinthos fine hide, of course. There's something that I do not have enough of. But that is all. That fine hide. Okay, that gives me the opportunity to try something out. Let's create my first fused set. Nope, not here. No, it's not you I need to talk to. Is it you? Ah, no, it's the kitty here behind the desk. Of course it's behind the desk. What am I on about? Choose a base armor. Choose a visual armor. Wow. Okay, 13. That's a lot. That's a lot more than I thought I'd need. And that probably means I need 13 of everything. Let's just quickly put that somewhere it's not in the way, and then I hope that I have enough tickets, or coins rather, in order to be able to afford quite a few fusion materials. Trade horned coins, I might have enough. So that is 14, 14, 14, 14. And then I can fetch some Larinthos fine hide and finish it up. But I was rather surprised by the material cost. So again, base armor, that is over here, and then... No, the other way around. No, not the other... Ah, bloody hell. Brain, come on. Naragacuga, there we are. So that looks like the old one, but it is... Yeah, base armor is correct, and then I should have a hole here. There we go. Okay. And with that I can sort the box. And I now need to remember to do it correctly. For these pieces, do not go towards the end. They fill this particular hole. That gives me an idea. Do we have the chakra bands? That would allow me to have something I can put as a belt onto the Plesioth armor. I am quite surprised actually that they don't have a belt anymore. They used to have one. Yeah, we can do the waists. Blade Master, Gunner, all Blade Master is okay. If anything, I'd guesstimate that it's early here. No, nothing here. Maybe I would do well to check on... Okay, let's check two things. Okay, those are level 6. So I was looking at the wrong place, but they are there. And I do want to know where I can get the ancient talisman from. Okay. Yeah, don't have the time nor the necessary concentration at the moment to be able to go fetch that one. Do we have anything here? Wisdom, Selene. Anything else I can create? That works. That currently doesn't work. And okay, we can go through these as well, although with these I do think it's less likely to find something. I can still create. Let me have a look. I just asked myself a question, not knowing the answer. Contour, some stuff. I don't have anything base armor from Amatsu. It does. No. The Grand Tempest crown is somewhere. No, the other way. Grand Tempest crown. Okay, I'm missing these here with a little bit of luck. Okay, no heavy Ployra and more stuff that I currently don't have. Okay. Yeah, okay, I do think that I will be ending stream here today. I'm sorry for the rather lackluster and calm end of the half hour, like end of stream half hour there. Thank you very much though for your patience with that. Did some armor housekeeping, brought myself back up to speed for some of the things that I'm still missing. Let's see. Well, I'm mainly going to, if I am going to be doing anything solo, I'll be mainly looking at finishing up the table here. And there is still a lot of huge holes. But that being said, for today, thank you very much for having been here. Thank you very much for having watched. It means a lot to me. Thank you very much. Schedule tomorrow will be a little bit of a longer stream. I'll be either streaming an hour or 2 hours longer, depending on how I feel. So tomorrow I'll be streaming Mass Effect 2 from 13 o'clock to either 19 or 20 o'clock Central European time, which is from 7 to either 13 or 14 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, which is 1 or 2 p.m. for those who prefer it like that. Tuesday, Wednesday will be my off days for streaming, so I hope you're having a good time during that, but I won't be streaming. And then on Thursday, I'll be playing some more Supreme Commander skirmishes and a little bit of ladder. From 15 to 18 o'clock Central European Time, or from 9 to 12 Eastern Standard Time. And then comes the weekend block again, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and the Monday following, where at the moment at least I do not have I don't have foreseen anything special. So that would be for those 4 days from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European time, or from 7 to 12 o'clock respectively Eastern Standard Time. And I'll be continuing with Mass Effect 2 on Friday and that coming Monday, and I'll be, of course, during the weekend be playing Monster Hunter. So that is that for games, and I'll probably be starting out in Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate on the weekend. Yeah, and with that, there is not all that much left over for me to do. I'm going to have a quick look for raids, see who is available. As always, languages are a little bit of an issue. Well, JAL has just started, so as long as you don't have any other suggestions, I'll be... I think I'll be leaving you with him. He's currently doing PB speedrunning attempts in Monster Hunter World. Any percent, so up and including Xeno'jiiva. To everybody, thank you very much for having been here. Thank you very much for watching. It's very much appreciated. I hope you have a lovely end of your Sunday. And I do hope to see all of you soon, maybe tomorrow, but whenever you have time and want to stop by again, I hope until then that you're going to have a great time, and until we do see each other again, all that is really left for me to say is goodbye.